Hello there. It is Sunday, you know what that. 1 second. Sorry about that. My mother decided to fucking send me fucking 50,000 texts about shit that fucking nobody fucking communicates. And I am fucking stressed out now, so thank you, family. Alright, give me a second. I gotta fucking take care of something. But we're live with Pokemon Legend ZA. I'm pissed off now. Fucking. Give me a second. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am very pissed off right now. I'm very stressed, so. Okay, shiny hunting. Let's do this before I lose my goddamn mind. I'd have a fucking anxiety attack because everybody fucking piles everything on me at once, like they always fucking do. Sorry, I am just incredibly stressed out now. You know, everything was going really great today, and then all of a sudden, just everyone decides to fucking pile everything on me at once, and now I'm fucking pissed the fuck off. Trying not to have a goddamn anxiety attack. Don't you just love when that happens? Oh, fuck off. Alright, so here's the deal. Whether or not we get the shiny tonight or tomorrow, tomorrow's stream is probably going to be our last Legend CA stream because I'm just so fucking done with this game. If we don't get the shiny tomorrow, either I'm going to hunt for it off stream or I'm just going to catch the fucking Latios so I can have a complete home dex because I'm just so fucking done with this game. Blue. I just realized there's still a random ass shiny Pidgey I gotta get rid of. That's fine. It's fine, probably. Blue. Audio's probably okay? Yeah, alright, audio's good. Blue. I mean, again, I'm just grateful that loading doesn't take like 16 hours like it did for the other Pokemon Switch games. But like Wish there was a better way to soft reset. Still, you know? Like, I hit the wrong button. Like, they put the backup save file stuff in, you know, up X and B to reload from the last time you were at a Pokemon Center. But they couldn't think, oh, hey, let's put, like, a button shortcut to make soft resetting easier. And it just... It's annoying, you know? Now, granted, I mean, with, like the old Game Boy and DS era stuff, there was, you know, I think those soft reset options were just baked into the console, but, like, you could have programmed some kind of button combination at the menu screen, I feel like. Again, you made the effort to put in the backup save thing. Are we still even... I don't even know at this point. Blue. The thing is, I'm gonna have to take a break at some point to friggin' move my car into the driveway. It's just... Oh, I'm so frustrated now. Yeah. Man, you know how messed up it is when I'm looking forward to going back to Scarlet and Violet for the Grand Challenge this weekend? Oh boy. Blue. 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 Nope. No. Yeah, if I wasn't so, like, hell-bent on not losing my, my shelf, Wimpod, I'd probably just have gone for a... Oops. I'm not entirely convinced that I didn't fuck something up. Hmm.
Like a lifetime, I was finally able to complete enough hyperspace
No.
surveys to finally get lucky enough to get the perfect special scan. The special scan that lets you encounter Latios. So here's everything that I did in order to find my shiny Latios so that you can get your very own too. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into it.
No. I'm just double checking a YouTube video to make sure I did this right. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna end up losing my Wimpod.
The news is it's actually relatively simple to get a special scan. Number one, you need to be in the post game of the DLC, and number two, you need to complete enough research tasks to accrue 25,000 points and complete your hyperspace survey, which sounds like a lot, but I chose to spam the rogue mega battles because they give you the most points. You need to do like 3 of those, and you'll be able to complete your hyperspace survey. So just pro tip, just make sure you have enough berries. I have a video on where you can get berries or where you can farm for berries. But after you complete your hyperspace survey, you're gonna get called.
Wow, that's loud. Okay, that is actually really loud. Shit. No. No, loop. I think I fucked this up. How's everyone else doing so far tonight? Okay, no, definitely did not fuck it up then. Every video I've seen says I can still... I'm just getting really fucking unlucky. Okay, so every fucking indication says it could take up to 3 hours, which is fucking crazy. This is the fate of someone who is regretting his life choices. think I do eventually want to go back and, like, double check all my... Actually, I'm gonna open up Pokemon Home real quick, take a look at my, shiny list, see who I'm missing for, like, Megas. There are actually a couple that I... just wasted a great ball. But yeah, honestly, like... I don't know what I'm trying to say now. Alright, up. Blue. I could probably afford to try to go for another Pikachu, or another Raichu for that, but... For now, I'm just hell-bent on trying to get this Latios. Blue. Not yet. So I do have a Star... Actually, I have 2 Starmies now, because I have one in Legend CA. Got Pincers, I've got plenty of Magikarp and Gyarados, so that's fine. Aerodactyl I've gotten from Pokemon Go. Any other... I have Skarmory as well. So, yeah, sorry. If you're wondering why I'm just kind of looking through here, trying to see if there's any other mega capable Pokemon I need shinies for. Kangaskhan, I think, is one. Kangaskhan and Latios, I know, are 2 that I definitely want to get through, like, different methods. Blue. Plenty of Altaria, so that's fine. I have a Bayonet from Scarlet and Violet, so I'm good for that. Same with all the Glalie line, I'm just perfectly okay with. I have plenty of Metagross, so that's fine. Latias I got from Pokemon Go. Staraptor I got plenty from... Hey, Sandy, how you doing? Welcome on in. So I'm just going through my Pokemon Bank here while I'm doing this shiny hunting. Not Pokemon Bank, Pokemon Home. See if there's any other mega capable shinies I still don't have. I got plenty from, like, yeah. Abomasnow, I got plenty from Legends Arceus, so that's fine. Emboar, I got from Pokemon Go, so I'm good. Blue. Excadrill, I'm good on. Scolipede is one that, like, I got one from Sword and Shield, but it was like maybe a different one I want to go for. Scrafty, I'm good for. Nope. So Scolipede and Kangaskhan right now are 2. Well, plus the Latios I'm currently searching for. Chandelure, I have from Pokemon Go, so that's fine. Blue. Golurk I'm good for. All the Kalos starters I'm good for, because I got those from Pokemon Go. Pyro I got plenty from here. Meowstic, I have one that I got just grinding DLC. That's nice. That's cool. Yeah, the DLC very grindy in general, so I can understand that. Good for Meowstick, good for Binacle, good for Trigalgy. For Barbarical, sorry, and Trigalgy. Hawlucha, I've got plenty. Gen 7 Pokemon. For Abominable, I've got plenty, so I'm good. Open this up. Golisopod, I've got the Wimpod I caught. Plus I got one from Scarlet and Violet. Drampa, I'm good for. Any Gen... I'm trying to think, what are the Gen 8 Megas? Blue. Not Grapplock, not Hatterene. Phalanx. I think I have a shiny Phalanx. I'm gonna probably just... Let me just actually check here, because... Search boxes. Pokemon species. Phalanx search. Okay, so it's not shiny. Alright, so Phalanx is one. Excalibur I'm good for, because I got one from Scarlet and Violet. I'm trying to think, like, what other... Lamora I'm good for. Pretty much anything from Scarlet and Violet I'm good for. Blue. So, Kangaskhan, Phalanx, and Scolipede. Kangaskhan, Phalanx, Scolipede, and Latios. Do you have Shalfa Eevee or Shalfa Vaporeon? I do not, unfortunately, cool. Trying to get the bad Cruller donut? Ah, okay. Yeah, that one's a pain in the ass to try to go for. I think I just Googled like the best recipe for that. Or the best berry combination to get that donut. It's ridiculous. But yeah, PG, I don't usually do trades with randos, and usually I especially don't do trades with somebody who's just gonna, the first thing they're gonna say is, hey, do you have this? It's like, no. I don't know, I don't like it when people randomly come in, it's like, hey, give me this. It's like, sorry, it's just, I don't even know how to, explain without making it seem like I'm an asshole, so, sorry. But yeah, I think the only Shalfa evolution I have, just been trying to get one. I get it, especially now that the now that they patched the glitch for Zone 20, where you could try to get a bunch of them. Yeah, I think like the only Shalfa evolution I have is well, I have a Sylveon and I have a Glaceon. I also don't know why I have two random Slowpokes here. Those are going to need to go. Alright, let's go back here. Blue. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I have not gotten Latios yet. I think I have a Glaceon, yeah. The problem is, like, I don't think I can... Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I got a shiny Shelf of Glaceon, but yeah, okay, no, that's not. I'm pretty sure Bavi isn't either. Nah, it's just a regular Alpha Glaceon. No, someone on the YouTube side of things was asking about Shelfa evolutions I may have had. But yeah, no, I just have a regular Alpha Glaceon. The only Shelfa evolution I have is the Sylveon. And I like Sylveon way too much to part with it. I love my Blathulute. That's not a euphemism. That's what I called my shiny Sylveon. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, Shalfa Eevee. Unfortunately, without the home integration, there's not much we can do about Shalfas we might have gotten in other games. So, like, until likely Pokemon Day, there's not much we can do about Shalfas from Arceus. Yeah, because at this point it's pretty much clear that, because I don't even think they announced. Yeah, no, exactly. Like putting stuff in Legends ZA, you basically can't use it in other games, and like until Champions comes out and becomes like the full meta. Because I also play competitive Pokemon. Until Champions comes out and that's like the full meta, there's not really any chance I'm gonna put like a lot of my really good Pokemon into Legends Arceus yet. Or not Legends Arceus, Legends ZA. Whoops. Blue. Or even Pokemon Champions to say that, because I'm not even sure if we'll get like the same problem with Champions where like if you transfer a Pokemon into there, you won't be able to move it back into the other games. Like, I assume you'll be able to transfer between Champions and Legends ZA. Speaking of which, I have to check and see when the Blazikenite event starts. I mean, that would be, what, at the end of the month? So, like, right around Pokemon Day? No, that's blue. 19th? That's when the season changes? February 19th to March 12th. I mean, okay, like, yeah, so that's like, what, 5 minutes of grinding to get a Mega Stone I'm never going to use, because honestly, after Monday, I'm done. I'm not going to be streaming Legends ZA anymore. Whether I get this lot. Whoa. Sorry. I accidentally hit the play button on my headphones, aka Thursday. Yeah, so like Thursday I'm gonna be doing the Grand Challenge with my Terracotta team. And then yes. Thursday I'm going back Scarlet and Violet for the Grand Challenge. Tuesday and Wednesday, we're finally starting Assassin's Creed Black Flag. If you haven't seen, or if you haven't been on the Discord, or if you're not part of the Discord, which I will just throw the link in there now, part of the link tree. No, that's blue. They do, yeah. Are we talking? Wait, hang on. Are we talking the 19th Eastern? Because, like, I know they do this weird thing where they technically start at UTC they start it for like a certain time UTC, but here it winds up being like 8 o'clock at night on the day before. Because I know with the Grand Challenge specifically, like, it's supposed to start at midnight on the Friday, but the first... But, like, it's gonna be, like, 8 o'clock p.m. Thursday night, so, like, a couple hours before. Okay, that's weird that the fucking... Ugh, it's Linktree. It's Linktree on Twitch. Yeah, for some reason, it's socials on YouTube, but Linktree on Twitch. I don't know. Blame the idiot who made the commands. Blame that idiot. Nope. Assume GMT, so like 7. Yeah. Okay, so 7 p.m. on Thursday. Wait, hang on. Let me double check. Let me double check just to be sure. That's blue. Okay, so it's 6 a.m. UTC. Oops. 6 a.m. UTC. So let's do a quick... So you subtract 5 hours. 6... Are you fucking serious? They're starting it at 1 a.m. on Thursday. I mean, like, I'm just probably gonna run through... It really is, yeah. It's basically the same as GMT. So it's basically the same as, like... If we were going off of, like... what time events are running in England for EUIC. Ugh. Blue. Alright. I have to take a quick little break to go move my car. So I'm gonna do a quick little check here, and then I gotta run an ad break. At least on the Twitch side of things. YouTube, you get a nice musical interlude. Alright. Just gonna quickly open this up again. And I will see y'all in a few. I gotta run and move my car. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Ice in the driveway makes it a little difficult to move the car, plus I got food. Blue. Out. Gracie, out. Good girl. And now I gotta go check and see if she's pooped. Pretty sure she has. I'll be right back again. Good girl, Gracie. Sorry about that. Again, had to make sure I cleaned up Grace's poop. Otherwise, she was gonna kind of poop all over the place, and that's not great. Here we go. Come on. There we go. That's enough. And now my... You ever get an itch on your hand, like, right in the fucking webbing between your fingers? Really annoying. Blue. 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 Oh, there's my Coke. No. No. You know what actually would have been really good to have to deal with Latios if it was in this game? Grimmsnarl. Now Dark Fairy, both its stabs can't really touch. $11, give or take. Yep. Actually, it's a little over. It's more like 12 days, realistically, but... Because Pokemon Day is on the 27th, right? Hmm. I don't know, like, I feel like... I guess, yeah, but, like... I forgot how the Pokemon Day stuff works, to be honest. I mean, the only other thing I know is, because this year is going to be the 30th anniversary of the franchise. Like, there's probably a lot that's going to be covered. Like, obviously, we're going to get the usual Masters EX fake out with everything. It's like, oh, yeah, it's like... What will be the 4th anniversary of Masters at this point? I forget when Masters came out, and I don't really care to check, because I don't care about Masters. Six and a half. Yeah, like I said, didn't really care to check. Masters is older than Sword and Shield. That is crazy. But yeah, no, Masters came out about the same time as Let's Go, right? Came out after. Okay. Wait, I thought Let's Go was, you know, the usual Christmas release. Or release heading into the Christmas season. You know, like... Oh, Masters came out in 2019. Okay. Yeah, because I remember Let's Go was like one of the first games I got from my original Switch. You see, that makes sense. That makes sense, because Pokemon tends to release... With the exception of Legends Arceus, Pokemon tends to release their games around, like, late October, early November. So that, you know, it can tie into the Christmas season. At least that's how it feels like it's been since at least Gen 6, maybe Gen 5. But I wasn't actively following, like, Pokemon releases at that point. Excuse me. Blue. Ugh. X and Y was the first simultaneous. That is true, yeah. And I didn't even get X and Y on launch date. My parents got me that and my first 3DS, which started in November. Oh, okay. So I was right. I was right in saying they've done that since X and Y. Okay. I got a piece of artichoke stuck in my teeth. Wait. Sorry, be right back again. Need to quickly clean out my teeth. Alright, sorry about that. Sorry, running back now. Alright. But yeah, I didn't start getting Pokemon games as they came out until Oras, I want to say. Granted, at that point, like, I was working full-time at this point, so it was like, just use the money to get the game then. For reference, Black 2, White 2 was a summer release in Japan. That's crazy. If I remember correctly, Gen 5 was also when they started making, like, the World Championships like a proper event, wasn't it? I know there was VGC in Gen 4. Because VGC, like, what was it? The first restricted format, you could have more than 2 restricteds on your team, but you could only bring 2 at a time. Which is such a crazy, chaotic rule, I think. Now, granted as well, like, I think they're only, like, what? Mewtwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, not Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Only, like, what? 9 restricteds you could use at that point? And realistically, I think only 2 of them were, like, super viable. I guess Dialga was pretty decent, I guess, due to, lack of anything else. But, like, I feel like, again, Groudon and Kyogre were, like, the de facto restricteds to use in those early VGC years. Yeah, I mean, you get to set up weather, especially during Generation 5, where, like, the whole meta was defined by weather setters. Actually, even in Gen 6, when you had the primals to worry about. Sorry, Gen 6 and 7, where you had the primals to worry about. I guess you could still say Kyogre's still been fairly consistent ever since the World Championships actually existed since 2000. Oh, shit. Okay. I guess there just wasn't an official VGC format until Gen 4, or like the doubles format, I guess. I don't know. I guess it's just showing how little I fucking know. That's... With the exception of 2001, 2003, and the COVID years, it's been held every year since. Right. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what, 2020 and 2021, there weren't World Championships because the world was still shut down? I think those years they just did the Players' Cups. It was like, what, every 6 months they had a major online tournament? Oops. Might help if I actually go up and check first. Blue. Ugh. Blue. In 2022 was the first time it was... Really? Yeah, because 2022 was in England. 2023 was it? It was in Yokohama. Well, not counting the first. Yeah. Yeah, they did a lot of them in Hawaii, from what I remember. Or at least I think at least 2 have been in Hawaii. Guess what? The 2000s shit. I'm gonna go ahead and assume Japan. Because, like, I remember there was, like, it was, like, I think it was in Japan. It was, like, a special Space World Championship or something. Nope. Oh. Alright. Where was it held in the year 2000? You know, when I was 8 years old and was still just trying to catch as many Pokemon as I could. It's actually the only time in this country has had it. Australia! Crocky. Then again, as far as I can remember, Australia's also probably got, like, the smallest VGC presence, too. Like, I have a friend who's part of the Toronto VGC scene. He goes around, he actually does, like, international regionals and stuff, you know? Like, he's constantly traveling, apparently. And, like, I remember him talking about a regional that, like, literally took place in someone's basement. 4 times in Hawaii. 4 times? Jesus Christ. I mean, I know there's some countries in Europe that they can't hold the championships in because of strict gambling laws. But, like, 4 times in Hawaii. There's a reason why they don't usually show the Oceania regionals. Yeah. Yeah, again. Like, when Toronto locals apparently get more people showing up than a regional, that's I can understand that. And again, like I think there's only like compared to like the 80 spots they have for you know, North America, Europe, Asia, and South America, I'm pretty sure Oceania only has like 20. It's like a quarter of what every other region offers. And that's for the Masters division, mind you. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what year it was. I think it was in Gen 7 they hosted a World Championship. Might have been Gen 7, might have been Gen 6, but Gen 5. Oh. Last one of Gen... Wow. It's like, that was before I even started playing competitive Pokemon. Like, that's the thing. Like, my cousin got me interested in Generation 6. Because I went to X and Y release 2 months later. Wow. I'm just gonna look up something real fast, but I'm pretty sure, like... Alright. So let's take a look at this. 2004 in Orlando. California. I feel like they've gone to California more than any other time. Oh, it was in Vancouver. The year they did it in... The year they did it in Canada. It was actually in the venue... I think... Yeah, it was held in the venue where Vancouver regionals were held. That's crazy. Not counting 2000, it's always been held in August. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. You know, I'm trying to figure out how to explain why it makes sense. I guess, you know, I'd say to account for, you know, the juniors and seniors, and I guess some of the younger edge of the Masters division, you know, they'd be in school for most of the year, you know. Unless, of course, well, Japan's a little different from what I remember. I don't know what their summer break is like, what their summer break schedule is like. Still salty they moved in AIC. It's not in New Orleans this year? I mean, at this point, I think the only time I'll go to NAIC is... It is? Ah. Yeah, because they announced New Orleans for like 2 years in a row. Like, 2 years ago. It's where they moved it from. Oh. Was it going to be in your neck of the woods originally? Yeah, because I remember last year I wanted to... Yeah, so your neck of the woods. I remember last year I wanted to go to New Orleans for you know, another, like, tournament. But I decided to go to Vancouver instead. And now it's like this year, I just have no reason to want to go to the States. Like, I think if it hadn't been so close to Toronto Regionals, and if I hadn't I hadn't had just gotten the new car, I probably would have been at EUIC this weekend. Because, like, England was one of those places I really did want to travel to. Like, England, Japan, technically California, but that's going to be put on hold for the foreseeable future. Especially considering one of the reasons I wanted to go to California was I wanted to see this wrestling promotion called Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, and they've been kind of out of business since COVID. I think they came back briefly after COVID, but they've gone on a pretty long hiatus because the head booker's girlfriend had cancer, which, you know, a valid reason to you know, maybe stop booking the wrestling for a bit, you know. Blue. But yeah, like, England, Australia, and Japan are still like three places I really want to go. Live in Ohio. Columbus had NAIC for 2 years. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. Blue. Okay, those Go Championship Series events. It's still crazy right now that we've only ever had two players who have won the World Championship more than once. And both of them have won back-to-back years. You had Ray Rizzo, who won. You did get to go 1 year. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Like, for me, I think the only way I'll ever go to NAIC at this point is if it's in Canada. Like, you know, fucking Montreal or Vancouver or something. Actually, wouldn't mind going back to Vancouver, but that is an issue that we will have to deal with later. Because unfortunately, Vancouver got shafted for Seattle this year. I don't want to go to Hawaii. Okay, who in their right mind would want to go to Florida? I know you're just fucking with me, Max, but like, who, honest to God question, who in their right mind would want to go to Florida? Old people and Disney fans. Okay, but there's a Disney park in California too. And, you know, California's governor isn't Ron DeSantis. Just saying. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Like, I'm not an amusement park guy anyways, so, like, I have no reason to want to go to Disney World or Disneyland. But, like, ugh. Like, it's, especially when, like, amusement parks, they jack up the prices for everything so unnecessarily. Like, I'm surprised they don't charge you $5 for going to take a shit. Like, I remember there's this big kind of end of the year, or sorry, end of the summer carnival in Toronto called the Canadian National Exhibition. And I went there all of once with my brother in, I think it was 2014. Might have been 2014, might have been 2015. Might have been 2015. No, it was 2014. It was 2014. I think it was 2014. And, like, I was fucking miserable the whole trip. I didn't say anything, obviously, but I was pretty fucking miserable. I don't like rides. I don't like rides. The food is so fucking expensive. And, like, again, everything is so... The price for everything is so jacked up. So it's like, I haven't even gone to, like, my town's fall fair in, like, a fucking decade. And that, at least, you know... At least there, the price of everything isn't fucking jacked up to shit. And here's the thing, I'm actually okay with, like, the carnival stuff that the carnival rides they have at, like, fall fairs and stuff. I can't fucking stand, like, roller coasters or any of that shit. Definitely an amusement person. I don't even buy fair food. Yeah. I mean, the closest thing I've ever had to, like, proper fair food, there's like a British pub near me, and I ordered from there once. And I got a deep fried Mars bar, fucking delicious, by the way. But I don't do much in fair food, anyways. Especially now. Like, I think even the year my brother and I went to the X, I think I played it, like, really safe. I got, like, a poutine or something. I might have even been pizza. I didn't go for all the crazy shit that carnival food tends to go for. Oh yeah, poutine's fucking awesome. I mean, I don't have it as much anymore just because I'm not a big French fry guy, but yeah, I've had there's literally a perks of living in a border state. Yeah, that makes sense. I had to double check and make sure you went AJ for a second. Hey, Actively Dying, how you doing? I'm sorry, are you booing me or are you just trying to scare me? Like, boo! Or are you commenting on poutine? Or are you saying boo because I said I don't like fries? Because I don't. I don't. Not as much into fries as I used to be. Actually, I'm not even that much into burgers anymore. I think a lot of it comes from the fact that, like, my first job was in a burger place. I mean, I'm not gonna go that far. There are other more controversial food takes people can have. Ah, you just said boo to let you know, to let me know you're here. All right, well, hello, Actively Dying. How you doing? With your weird skeleton avatar. Oh, it's a badge from, like, a Halloween event. Okay. How am I just noticing that now? Because I feel like it was there when you know, when the Assassin's Creed stuff was going on. Blue. Again, for me, there's more controversial food takes people could have. You know, like pineapple on pizza. Or whether or not the hot dog is a sandwich. Or if you put the milk in before the cereal like a fucking sociopath. The only people I'll actually judge someone for is putting milk in cereal bowl. Yes, because those people are fucking sociopaths. Or possibly psychopaths. I don't know. Like, I know A lot of people tend to use those terms interchangeably when a sociopath and a psychopath are like two different things. John Green is already tempting. The Fault in Our Stars guy? Because I know you don't mean Hank Green. He eats cereal with water? Why? I mean, okay, the only reason I can understand that is if you're lactose intolerant and you just really don't want lactose-free milk. But, like, at that point, there's other breakfast. You can go for fucking oatmeal. It's still the same thing. It's basically cereal still, but you can actually do water with that. He's not, ugh. Yeah, John Green is so... Are you sure you're not talking about Hank Green? Are you sure you're not talking about Hank Green? The YouTuber? It's John. Okay, because I think, again, I think John Green, I think the guy who wrote The Fault in Our Stars or Paper Towns. John Green's a YouTuber? Okay. I've actually never seen a picture of John Green. I didn't realize that. I mean, Green's, you know, last names that are colored are so common. It's like, you can forgive me for not for thinking the opposite, right? Like, literally the only... I just figured, you know, there were two people who happened to share... I know I'm not making myself any... But... You get what I'm trying to say, right? Why... Wait, hang on. I thought some other dude founded YouTube. Unless you mean they started their YouTube channel together. I don't know. Second one. Okay, they started a channel together. Right, okay. This... Larry Page started YouTube. Right. He was the guy that posted the video of him at the zoo. That people, despite the fact that the date stamp on the video is 2005, people somehow think that video is AI. Granted, what was it? I have on my YouTube, I used to do a Beast Wars abridged series, back when abridged series were the big thing that everyone was doing. So that was posted in 2009. Sorry, my bad. He started Google. Oh, yeah, no, that's definitely not a thing you want to confuse, even though Google owns YouTube. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying now. Frick. I was trying to say now. Oh well, probably wasn't that important. Chad Hurley. Hang on. Sorry. Gotta clean my glasses real quick. I know that's blue. Chad Hurley, Stephen Chen, and Jawed Kareem started YouTube after working for PayPal. Right, okay. Oh, shit, now I remember what I was trying to say. I was talking about... So I posted a Beast Wars Bridge video in 2009. I started Beast Wars Bridge in 2009. And I made a joke comparing, like, every character to memes. So Cheetor was the keyboard cat. Rat Trap was the dramatic prairie dog. Prairie dog, the... That meme. That ancient meme from the Stone Age of the late 2000s. And then... because I didn't know any gorilla-based memes at the time, Optimus was You Damn Dirty Ape from, like, fucking Planet of the Apes from, like, the 60s. So somebody comments, oh, well, you should have said Harambe, and this was in, like, I guess 2017 or something. And me being the smart ass I am, like, oh, yes, you'll forget. I actually did comment this. It was a dick thing to comment, but I was in a smart-ass mood that day. So my response was, oh, yes, you'll forgive me for not adding a joke that only existed in 2016, since 2016, to a series I had written, recorded, and edited 7 years before this meme had existed. You'll forgive me, my TARDIS was in the shop. Because people don't read the fucking dates on YouTube videos. People don't read the fucking date stamps on YouTube videos. So, you know, people are saying, oh, this video from 2005 is AI. It's like... Are you... I was talking about this yesterday again, but just like... I get the feeling, you know, media literacy has been a terrible thing for years. Because I remember in the mid-2000s, Much Music aired the Canadian version of MTV. They aired this PSA all the time of, like, you know, looking at music videos, and they showed, like, the video for Christina Aguilera's Dirty, the video for Jay-Z's 99 Problems, and the video for, Fall to Pieces. Sent you the John Green Cereal Water video. Please don't. But yeah, the idea was, like, for the PSA, it's like, you're looking at these videos, and you're thinking, oh, this Christina Aguilera video is amazing, when, or if it was, you know, yeah, they were asking if the video was amazing, or if it was trashy, if the Jay-Z video was glorifying or horrifying, and they showed the end of the 99 Problems video where Jay-Z gets shot. And the whole thing was try to promote the idea of media literacy, you know. You wouldn't subject, thank you. It was bad enough when I saw a TikToker I respected, Wheezy. When I saw her post a video of her actually eating cereal with water. Media literacy is very important, and people don't fucking have it anymore. And it's worse now that social media is a thing. I guarantee you, if media literacy was, like, an actual, like, thing that people still cared about, the fucking bullshit with The Last Jedi would have never fucking happened. Or wouldn't be nearly as obnoxiously bad as it got. It's either people just never practice media literacy, or they don't give a shit about media literacy, right? Purple Rain was... oh my god. From like 2000... Purple Rain came out in the 80s, if I remember correctly. Maybe not, hang on. Are you sure you're not saying Chocolate Rain? Because Purple Rain's a Prince song. Yeah. Purple Rain was from the 80s. Again, are you sure you're not talking about Tazon Day's Chocolate Rain? Oh, correct, like Prince. Oh my god. Okay, so you did mean Chocolate Rain. Yeah. You mean the yeah, so you mean Chocolate Rain, right. I don't know. Just, some people are fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you. These are words a Scottish wrestler by the name of he wrestles under the name Big Damo. He commented on he specifically was talking about certain wrestlers are being fucking stupid. This was like I don't know, fucking late 2010s, maybe early 2020s. He said this, and it's like. Yeah, it's really all I can say. Is just some people are fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you. Either that, or you were subconsciously thinking about Prince. And I guess I'm gonna tell you something. I have never actually heard any Prince songs. I've never once heard of Prince. I know about certain ones. Like Purple Rain. I think everyone knows about that. But I've never actually listened to a Prince song all the way through. I think. Fair enough. I'm not gonna say I don't think anyone. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with maybe a certain artist isn't your thing just because it's like it doesn't appeal to you, but. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head because there's definitely some artists I just really can't stand. Blue October. I can't fucking stand Blue October. I'm trying to think who else there was that I just absolutely fucking hated listening to. So I was looking at my CD collection because what was I gonna do? I forgot. If you get butthurt because someone doesn't like something you do, I say welcome to the internet because it's yeah. And I mean that's understandable, right? Like, but then there are just some people go out of their way to be fucking dicks for no reason, right? And those people are, they're in two categories. Either they're just legitimately that fucking stupid, or they're rage. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with quoting Bo Burnham. Bo Burnham is like, Bo Burnham's fucking hilarious, and he's not wrong. Like, there's a reason the dude's career lasted as long as it has. Okay. Now, granted, unfortunately, there's also certain pieces of shit who have had, like, unfortunately, long-lasting careers as well. I mean, yeah, that year was fucking terrible. Granted, it has not gotten any better since, I would argue. I feel like I think I made a joke about this during my New Year's Eve stream. Like, every year I say I hope this year is less of a dumpster fire than last year, and then somehow some dickhead starts pissing gasoline everywhere. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Being able to go places is nice. Blue. I mean, now granted, like late 2019, early 2020 was when I started streaming a lot more often too, right? What was it? 2020 was when I got my affiliate mark. Whoops. Do you have green? No, it's blue. If you could stop being blue, that would be fucking lovely. Then you showed up in 2021. Yeah, it was just weird, because, like... I thought... No. You're not the one that's annoyed me. That's been AJ. Hi, AJ. How you doing? Then there was Bayfair, who kept trying to set chat on fire. Seriously, I don't know. I don't know if you remember when Bayfair would frequently show up here, and like anytime I would go to the bathroom or run to. You are the responsible mod. Yeah, well, there's also Alpaca, but he's like 900 years old. He went to high school with Moses. I'm gonna find out. Well, I'm gonna make that joke one day while Alpaca's lurking. It's like, oh, so that's what you think of me. Even though I'd make that joke every time in Glax's stream. Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure he's, if not the same age, or maybe a little younger than James, I want to say. One of my regulars on the Twitch side of things. I have no idea. It really is, yes. The other weird thing is, like, I thought you were one of the people who came in, like, when I used to share my streams on like Ace Trainer Liam's Discord or something, because I know at that point I was only streaming on YouTube, and there was like, it might have been on, no, I think I was streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. And I remember there was some people who came, there was like someone who came in from the Ace Trainer Liam Discord while I was playing Life is Strange, but that was like 2019. I should really... I think I have some other Life is Strange games. I should really play those at some point. Let's see, I have Life is Strange True Colors in my Steam library. Oh, I don't have Life is Strange True Colors. I have It's another game from the same developers. I can't remember what it's called. Tell Me Why, I think was what it was called. I think I have that's the one I have. Tell Me Why, yeah. Because I got it during one of the like every June it's free, so like one of the years which makes sense. If I remember correctly, Tell Me Why is about I mean, that's fair. But Tell Me Why, if I remember correctly, the whole story focuses around a female to male transgender kid who basically left an abusive family or something. I can't remember. I've never actually played. I've seen clips of it. I've never actually played it, but I know it's specific. It does. They usually make it for free in June just because it's got specific ties to Pride Month. I should actually play that game at some point, though. I should play, what was it, Life is Strange 2 and Maximum Exposure. I do find it weird that, like, what, three quarters, like, there are 4 specific Life is Strange games, and only one of them does not feature either Max Caulfield or Chloe, I forget her last name. Doesn't feature either Max or Chloe. It's weird. It's almost like the Halloween franchise, right? Where all but one of the entries in the series focuses around Michael Myers. Because like originally, from what I understand, the Halloween franchise is supposed to be an anthology series. They just happened to use Michael Myers and Laurie Strode for the first 2, and then 3 was the Silver Shamrock and the Killer Masks. And then when that didn't do super well, they went right back to Michael Myers. And then just some random kid named Corey in Halloween Ends. Apparently nobody fucking liked that movie. I don't know. I've only ever seen Halloween 5. I haven't even seen Halloween 5 all the way through. Like, the closest I've seen to, like, oh, wait, no. That's a lie. That's a lie. I've seen, the Rob Zombie Halloween movie. I get that. I never used to be able to do scary movies either. When I think up until I was, I want to say 16 or 17, just trailers for horror movies would give me nightmares. I think the first horror movie I really watched all the way wasn't technically a horror movie. It was a psychological thriller. And it was the number 23. I also had this weird guilty pleasure. I think it was The Uninvited. It's during that time where, like, there were a lot of American remakes of, like, Japanese or Korean horror movies. So, like, you had, like, One Missed Call. I know The Ring and the Ring movies were, like, early 2000s. What was it? You had, like, at this point, you had, like, One Missed Call. You had The Uninvited. There was another one. The Grudge. I think some of the Grudge movies came out, like, just the tail end of the Grudge franchise was, like, right in that sweet spot where a lot of Asian horror movies were getting remade or getting American remakes. I think I actually have the DVD somewhere. I just can't remember where it is. Transformers. Oh, god damn, it's like all the way down. It's like all the way down there. And I don't want to reach down there. Okay. Oh no, it's there. It's there. Yeah, it's the uninvited. It's like right next to my But yeah, like I actually think like I didn't really start getting this like proper slasher movies until college because I had a film studies teacher who showed a famous clip from the first Scream movie because we were talking about like the different eras of certain genres. So sorry, the different how the cycle of a genre works, where it's like you get the introduction of the genre, you get kind of the downfall, then you go into like what's called reflexive or parody. And Scream was kind of in that era of horror and slasher movies. So he showed us the scene of Jamie Kennedy's character, Randy Meeks, talking about the rules of surviving a horror movie, which became basically a staple of the Scream franchise. To the point where I think even after spoilers, even after his character is killed off in in Scream 2, they bring him back in like a video message in Scream 3. Then Scream 4, they have Rory Culkin kind of taking over the role of guy who lists, or person who lists the rules of surviving a horror movie. And then in the last two Scream movies, which I will never watch Scream 7, by the way. Fuck Paramount and Spyglass at this point. But in Screams 5 and 6, you actually had Randy's niece, who kind of served as the horror movie expert now. Ugh. And it's a shame too, because like, honestly, I feel like if the stuff with Melissa Barrera hadn't happened, because like what you had like I was technically already on the fence about a Scream 7 when I found out that Radio Silence wasn't going to be directing this one, because like I actually really liked Screams 5 and 6 because of how Radio Silence treated them. Even if like Paramount Spyglass, they didn't want to pay Nev Campbell more for like a cameo or whatever for Scream 6. And then the Melissa Barrera thing happened and Jenna Ortega left as well. It's like, okay, well I guess we're just gonna have to pay Nev Campbell to try to get the nostalgia pop back. And it's like, at this point, the Scream franchise is turning into the very thing it was parodying originally. I know Scream 3 had that issue too, where it was kind of in danger of doing that, but like, funny thing, Scream 3, if I remember correctly, had like a lot of rewrites to it. I mean, like, not that any movie doesn't have like rewrites and reshoots, but like famously, the original plot for Scream 3 was supposed to be Matthew Lillard's character, Stu Macher, was supposed to have survived having one of those big ass 90s CRT TVs dropped on his head. And he was running like a cult of Ghostface, which anytime a horror movie introduces a cult following the slasher killer, that's generally not a good thing. But there was gonna be like, you know, Stu Macher running this cult of Ghostface, wherein high school kids were gonna be serving as ghost faces, and then Columbine happened. It's like, okay, yeah, we can't do this anymore. Which, to be fair, I think that was the right call to make. I think doing that plot so soon, even a year out from Columbine, was probably not going to be a good idea. But I don't know, just the way they handled Scream 3, it's I don't think it's aged as poorly as like other movies, especially considering this was a movie produced by this is a movie distributed by the Weinstein Company, where one of the villains was a skeevy horror movie producer who assaulted his actresses. The fact that of all people, fucking Harvey Weinstein greenlit that, it's like, okay, that's aged a little too well. Also, that movie, was it Scream 3, is also just that's the one movie that somehow puts the Scream franchise in the fucking Jay and Silent Bob universe. Seriously, Jay and Silent Bob. You have Jason Mewes and Kevin Smith cameoing as Jay and Silent Bob in that movie for no reason. Well, okay. There's a reason. It's a stupid reason, but there's a reason. They cameo in that movie because Wes Craven agreed to do a cameo in Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Even though I'm pretty sure Wes Craven had nothing to do with Scream 3. I think Kevin Williamson kind of wrote it, but it was directed by some guy named Aaron Kruger. I think Aaron Kruger. Let me double check this. Scream 3. Oh no, it was directed by Wes Craven, but written by Aaron Kruger. Because Kevin Williamson, I think at that time, he was working on Dawson's Creek. Well, Dawson's Creek and I think I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, he was also working on that. But it was mostly because of Dawson's Creek. I think he was, like, he wasn't really able to work on Scream 3. But if I remember correctly, I think Kevin Williamson has written at least every Scream movie except for 3. I could be wrong on that. Wait, no. I think... Okay, now I have to double check this. Let's reopen last closed tab. Okay, so he was a producer on Scream 3. He was an executive producer on Screams 2, 5, 6, and 7. But he actually had nothing to do with Scream from... Or he only really served as producers for Screams 3, 5, and 6. But yeah, he went back to writing for Scream 7, which again, I'm never gonna watch. I haven't even seen. I think I watched the first trailer and I was like, nah, no. Like even if the Melissa Barrera thing hadn't happened with Scream 7, I would take one look and just be like, no, I don't think I want to watch this. Like when you start bringing back old characters, like that for no reason when it seems like they at least got a happy ending, it's a sign of desperation. Like, I'm kind of tempted to not go watch Avengers Doomsday because of the fact that they're bringing back Steve Rogers. I'm worried they're gonna fucking kill off Shang-Chi in, like, a really stupid-ass way because they're not making any more Shang-Chi movies. You know, like, just... I say this as someone who loved No Way Home and Deadpool and Wolverine, but Marvel is leaning way... Disney is having Marvel lean way too much in nostalgia all of a sudden. Again, the fact that they brought back Robert Downey Jr. for as Doom, or that the Russos are directing the next 2 Avengers movies when you could have had fucking the director for Shang-Chi, also the director for Wonder Man, which I still haven't finished watching. You know, he would have made a pretty damn... I think he could have made a really damn good Avengers movie. And now it's like, oh, no, we're just bringing back the Russos, who completely fumbled the ball with how Endgame was handled. Now, granted, they were also, like... I'm not gonna say it's because, like, there were, like, 20 movies being filmed at the same time to the point where people didn't even know they were in certain movies. Like, I think Gwyneth Paltrow famously said she didn't know she was in Spider-Man Homecoming because... my guess is a scene she was working on, she thought it was supposed to be for Avengers Infinity War. Like, I think every MCU movie that came out between, I want to say, Doctor Strange to Endgame, maybe even No Way Home. I think those were all filmed in, like, very close proximity to the point where I think filming was overlapping for them. Like, I'm glad they haven't done that for, like, Phase 6 and the lead up to... I feel like they haven't done that since Phase 4 started. Partially because of COVID and, like, all the... all the changes that had to be made to, like, slates and stuff. But... it's like, off the top of my head, I think Multiverse of Madness was supposed to take place before... was really supposed to be released before No Way Home. Like, my dad definitely called this, like, a few years ago. Like, the MCU is definitely starting to become one of those... starting to show, like, a lot of the same problems that, like, comics were starting to show in the 90s or whatever. Like, where there's just kind of too many characters now. Like, what was it? I think between Infinity War and Endgame, there were, like... I don't want to say this as like a joke, but I think there were like 69 named characters between the 2 movies. Like, named main characters, like Star-Lord, the Guardians, fucking Iron Man, Doctor Strange. And, you know, some of them didn't even show up in Infinity War. A bunch of them weren't even featured until Endgame. I say featured, but, like, barely so. I don't know. Again, I see all this stuff about, like, I see all these teasers that Marvel released about Doomsday, and I just think, like, this is not gonna live up to the hype. This is gonna be, like, I don't want to say too ambitious. Because, if anything, I think it's gonna be too safe. Again, the fact that we're bringing back Chris Evans as Steve Rogers, the fact that we're bringing back Robert Downey Jr., the fact that there's a rumor that with Brand New Day we're gonna bring back Savage Hulk. It's... You know, it feels like... It feels like a panic move from Disney, and it feels like the same cowardly bullshit that turned me off of Star Wars. Where they're trying to appeal more to the screaming nerds who are like averse to taking showers and shit, you know? Who don't like a movie because a black man's in it. I mean, let's just look at how badly they botched Anthony Mackie. Anthony Mackie as the new Captain America. Making Sam Wilson Captain America should have been a great moment. And besides the last episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he's only been Captain America for 2 projects. Again, the last episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which was like maybe 10 minutes at the end. And then Brave New World, which came out, what, 3-4 years after the fact? Now, granted, you could also argue that that came down to a lot less projects coming out from, you know, between phases. A lot less projects being worked on. I don't want to say less projects being worked on, because you also have the Disney Plus stuff, right? But it's like... It's hard to explain. It's kind of hard to explain it, but like... I don't want to say it feels like the movies are less interconnected, because I don't know if y'all remember when, like, AJ was one of my mods, AJ, he was asking like what movies he should sit through before Multiverse of Madness came out, and I had like that was like a legitimate problem at that point, where it's like, okay, well, let's see, you have to Doctor Strange is involved. So you have to do everything Doctor Strange was involved, which includes the Doctor Strange movie, Avengers Infinity War, and Endgame. But then, to do that, you also need to understand certain other characters, and it starts becoming more confusing than it's worth, right? Because, like, Wanda Maximoff is part of this movie, so you have to, you know, she first appears in Avengers Age of Ultron. Technically, she first appears in Captain America and the Winter Soldier. It's a post-credit scene. But she first appears in Avengers Age of Ultron. But you have to know who the Avengers are, which means you have to watch basically every single Phase 1 movie, as well as Iron Man 3, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, fucking Thor the Dark World, which I do not recommend for anyone. But yeah, the fact that even Thor the Dark World is a necessary movie for the MCU now, because that's where, like, you get one of the first Infinity Stones introduced, and the Infinity Stones play an important part in Infinity War and Endgame. Like, realistically, let's say somebody asked what movies they would need to watch heading into Doomsday, which thankfully they have plenty of time to do that since Doomsday is not coming out till fucking December. But at the very least, all of Phase 1, because you need to know about the Hulk, you need to know about Iron Man, you need to know about Captain America, you need to know about fucking Thor, because they're gonna play some pretty big parts in those movies. You have to watch a huge chunk of Phase 2, like at the very least, Iron Man 3, Thor: The Dark World, Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Ant-Man, probably, Avengers: Age of Ultron. Then, huge chunk of Phase 3. Spider-Man Homecoming, Doctor Strange, Thor Ragnarok. Fucking... Yes, we don't speak of Thor: The Dark World. Thankfully, Secret Invasion is not a necessary viewing. That's one thing I do appreciate about the later Marvel movies. It feels like a bunch of them are not as necessary. Oh, Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel's one where that's... Probably, I don't know. Actually, no. We don't know if Brie Larson's gonna be in another Marvel movie. Because, like, we don't know what the cast for Secret Wars is gonna be like. And we haven't had Brie Larson in a Marvel movie since the Marvels. We haven't had Kate Bishop show up since the Marvels. We haven't had Kamala Khan. Okay. That's not entirely true, because Kamala Khan's father, Yusuf, was in Daredevil Born Again. He was in the 5th episode. And he mentions Miss Marvel by name. As well as his daughter, Kamala. Like, we're probably going to see Tiana Paris back as Monica Rambeau. Just because the theory is the universe she gets shut into at the end of the Marvels is actually the X-Men universe that we're going to see in Doomsday. But then it's like, that means the Marvels is necessary, which means you have to watch Captain Marvel, you have to watch WandaVision, you have to watch Ms. Marvel, you have to watch Fantastic Four. You probably have to watch the Fox X-Men movies, although I'm pretty sure with most... At the very least, you have to watch the first 3. So X-Men, X2, X-Men United, and X3 The Last Stand. Although, there's a possibility that that's a different universe from the X-Men we're going to be getting, right? Well, we just happen to be getting variants that are played by the same actors. Because, like, here's the thing. Gambit, the first time we saw Gambit in an X-Men movie was X-Men Origins Wolverine. And that was a completely different Gambit from who we got in Deadpool and Wolverine. Although, originally, Channing Tatum was supposed to be that version of Gambit. And then he was supposed to get his own spin-off movie. That's part of the reason why Ryan Reynolds cast him as Gambit. Because it was like, why not? What was I saying? Yeah, so Deadpool and Wolverine is probably going to be necessary viewing because I remember there were interviews where saying like the concept of anchor beings is an important theme that ties into Doomsday and Secret Wars. But all the Spider-Man movies probably going to tie in. The Black Panther movies probably going to be important too, especially, which means again all 4 Captain America movies, and Sam Wilson can be part of that. Black Widow is going to be important because you need Yelena. You need to understand about Yelena. Alexei. Thunderbolts is going to be important because you need to understand that why there are 2 different Avengers teams now. Oh, it's just a lot. Like, realistically, I think the only projects you don't need to watch that aren't gonna have anything to do with, like, we don't know if Benedict Cumberbatch is coming back yet. Unless I can't remember if he was part of that initial cast reveal for Doomsday. Like the now filming trailer, if you will. I can't remember if they pointed out that Benedict Cumberbatch is gonna be part of that. But Wong plays a huge part in, like, Avengers related stuff, right? So it's like, we don't know if Wonder Man's gonna tie in yet or not. But actually, I still haven't even finished watching Wonder Man. We know for a fact that Moon Knight's probably not going to tie into it. We know for a fact Daredevil Born Again probably not going to tie into it. Fuck, brain's not braining. Hang on. Yes, if Moon Knight's not, then fucking Werewolf by Night's probably not going to tie in. Echo's probably not going to tie in. Since Jeremy Renner's not involved with the MCU anymore, we can probably... I feel like it's probably safe to assume Hawkeye isn't going to be showing up. Like, Jeremy Renner, there's a pretty fucking good reason why he's not going to be involved. You know, getting run over by a snowplow kind of negates your ability to do action scenes and stuff, right? Like, I'm just trying to go through the projects that, again, it's a smaller list of projects that won't tie into Doomsday or Secret Wars, but it's like, again, yeah. Like, unfortunately, I think Agatha All Along is probably going to tie into it. If only just because of Billy Maximoff's connection to Agatha Harkness, not Agatha Harkness, to Wanda, to his mother. Shang-Chi, I think Simu Liu is still, at the very least, part of Doomsday. Eternals, that's not gonna tie in anymore. Even though no. It probably was originally gonna tie into Secret Wars, I feel like, but never happened. And Eternal is unfortunately just kind of a mess. I think there was maybe some potential of that working, but it just kind of fizzled out. Again, I'm grateful that Secret Invasion is probably going to have no bearing on the rest of the MCU. I'm pretty sure Secret Invasion has been retconned at this point. Or we just, not even retconned, just completely ignored altogether. I think that Secret Invasion is the only MCU project I tried watching the first episode. I finished the first episode, like, yeah, I'm not watching any more of this. Fuck this show. Like, on the YouTube side of things, you didn't see this this command one of my mods put up, but we have a couple commands for, like, movies I refuse to talk about. I would still rather talk about Thor: The Dark World than Secret Invasion. I would still rather acknowledge Thor: The Dark World's existence than Secret Invasion. That's how bad Secret Invasion was. Like, I don't even care about spoiling anything for that show. The first episode ends with Colby Smolder's character, Maria Hill, getting killed by a Skrull. One of the villains from Captain Marvel. And then it turns out that Rhodey has been a Skrull, at the very least, since the beginning of... At the very least, since... like, right after Endgame, when he went to have surgery to fix an injury a crippling injury he received in Captain America Civil War. Basically he became paralyzed from the waist down in Civil War. And the theory is, after Endgame, like literally probably a day or two after Endgame, probably even after Tony Stark's funeral, he went in to go get surgery to probably fix that paralysis or something. And that was when he was taken by a Skrull. Some people think he was taken back as early as fucking Civil War when he obtained the injury. Like when Vision accidentally shot him out of the sky. Which would make the ending of Endgame just... It would take away like a lot of the emotional weight of or I don't know if it would add more I don't want to say it would add more emotional weight, but like it would basically mean that Rhodey, when he got freed from the Skrulls machines for like his memories and stuff, he wouldn't have known that Tony was dead. I don't know. I feel like that would make Secret Invasion even worse. So I just choose to believe that he was taken after Tony Stark's funeral. Or he was taken by the Skrulls after Tony Stark's funeral. She-Hulk. That's actually another one that's probably not going to tie into Secret Wars or Doomsday, unless that ties into fucking Brand New Day, because I feel like the Spider-Man movies, because Spider-Man's one of Marvel's biggest characters. Of course, they're going to try to tie that into their big connected stuff. And Hulk. And Bruce Banner, we know that Mark Ruffalo is in Brand New Day. Like, there was a leaked trailer. I never saw it, unfortunately, because Sony took it. I'm actually surprised they never released a Brand New Day trailer for the Super Bowl. I mean, okay, let's look at this realistically. MCU Phase 6. The Thunderbolts was the end of Phase 5. But let's see what the slate is. Fantastic Four First Steps. Okay, yeah, no. Spider-Man Brand New Day, realistically, is coming out at the end of July. That's our next Marvel movie. It's actually crazy. We've only had, like, one theatrical release every year since Phase 6 started. Okay, we're getting 2 in 2026. Because we're getting Spider-Man Brand New Day in July, and then Avengers Doomsday in December. Actually, this is kind of cool. The director from Shang-Chi and Wonder Man, he's actually the guy who's directing the next Spider-Man movie. But yeah, we're getting Daredevil Born Again Season 2 in March. Vision Quest is supposed to it probably comes out between Brand New Day and... Is that blue? That's blue. Okay. Between Brand New Day and Doomsday? I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten a, I'm surprised we haven't gotten a, what's the name of them? An X-Men 97 release. I feel like we have, and maybe I just forgot when it's supposed to come out, but... Blue. Like pretty much, I think X-Men 97 is the only one of the animated Marvel series that I really want to watch anymore, or the animated Marvel Disney Plus projects, because I didn't really care. I should probably watch Eyes of Wakanda. I feel like I should, but I just haven't really had the time, I guess. Because I still haven't even finished watching Wonder Man. I watched the first episode. I want to watch the rest. I just... Come on. Stop being blue. No, you're still fucking blue. I'll open this back up. No, blue. Ugh. Blue. I think even, no, like, Love and Thunder, actually, Love and Thunder is going to be one that's probably going to tie in, because the, man, if I had a nickel every time a really bad Thor movie is going to be made retroactively important to an Avengers movie, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's crazy it's happened more than once. Because Thor the Dark World wound up being, like, super important to Infinity War and Endgame. And now Thor Love and Thunder is looking like it's going to be super important, at the very least, to Thor's character in Doomsday. Because they show the kid he adopted at the end of Love and Thunder in like, the Thor teaser for Doomsday. Although that's still less frustrating than just, oh yeah, by the way, Steve Rogers is back. Like, at least the Chris Evans cameo as Johnny Storm in Deadpool and Wolverine was very clearly a fake out, and it wasn't like, oh yeah, by the way, here's another Captain America before we actually have Sam Wilson don the Stars and Stripes for a movie. Oh, I'm still not over how much they botched Sam's run as Cap. Or how much they sabotaged Sam's run as Cap. Hell, again, even if they had just kept the oh yeah, Steve Rogers is back as a surprise, I feel like that would probably have softened the blow a little. You know, like, if they had Steve show up, if they kept Steve's involvement as a surprise, like how they kept Johnny's appearance in Deadpool and Wolverine a surprise. But it's like, I think even though it was leaked pretty early on that Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire were going to be in No Way Home, like, I feel like they at least still handled it a little better, even though, again, I'm pretty sure there was a leaked version of the original No Way Home trailer where they clearly showed all 3 Spider-Men. I think, even in the original trailer, where there's, like, an obvious edit in the scene where, like, in what wound up being the scene where the three Spider-Men were fighting Sandman, Electro, and the Lizard. Where, like, it's only Tom Holland's Spider-Man in the trailer, but there's a reaction the Sandman does, like he's getting kicked by an invisible person. That wound up being, oh yeah, that was a scene that actually featured featured all three live-action Spider-Men. I say all three. There was technically a fifth if you include Japanese Spider-Man, but actually technically there's going to be 6 once you include Nicolas Cage. Once you include Nicolas Cage as Spider-Noir, because he's getting an Amazon Prime series. That's one I'm excited for. Because, like, you can't tell me not to get excited for a Nicolas Cage movie at this point, right? Plus, like, I feel like he's one of the only Marvel actors who's, outside of What If, who's played the character in animation and live action. And we don't even know if Spider-Noir is going to be, like, the same variant, going to be a variant of what we saw in the Spider-Verse movies, or if... Actually, talking about the fucking Spider-Verse movies, those are... Jesus Christ, those are turning out to be just a complete disaster now. Where it's like... I think they started recording stuff for it before the SAG-AFTRA strike happened. And then... I don't know, like, we haven't heard anything about it since. And it was originally supposed... Beyond the Spider-Verse was originally supposed to come out a year after Across the Spider-Verse, which, like, thank God they didn't try to rush that out. But now it's like the actor who plays Miles in those movies has been, like, ridiculously creepy with Haley Steinfeld to the point where he's almost become like I feel like Haley Steinfeld doesn't want to do press with him, like, rightfully so, I guess, at that point, if he's legit being that creepy. But then you've also got stories about, like, how badly the producers for Into the Spider-Verse, or the Spider-Verse trilogy, let's just call it, how badly they've been treating their animators and stuff, and it's like, wow, okay, so this movie, like, Beyond the Spider-Verse, at this point, I feel like it's gonna start getting to a point where if they... Where, like, I don't want them to rush it out. Like, with animation, if you rush it out, people can tell, and it's gonna look like shit. But, like, there's gonna be a point where if you take too long, it's not gonna matter how good it is. Like, it's just not gonna live up to the expectations. Or, you know, if you wait too long, you're gonna wind up with, like, a half-assed... It's gonna be, like, what's the fucking... The Justice League movie. The first Justice League movie that came out. Where, like, Snyder wound up leaving the original project. Whedon came in, and what we got was, like, a half-baked mishmash of crap that, until the Snyder Cut came out, we were like, okay, well, this is probably the best it's ever gonna be, so fuck it. It's terrible, but I guess it could have been worse. Or it's not great, but I guess it could have been worse. And then, you know, again, the Snyder Cut came out, it's like, oh, okay, shit, well, yeah, no, that movie was an absolute disaster. I'm not gonna say the Snyder Cut was a great movie by any means, but compared to the original theatrical cut of Justice League we got, the Snyder Cut is more tonally consistent. It does more with the cast, outside of just, you know, Batman and Superman. And, you know, it also doesn't have the benefit of... It also has the benefit of not being tied to Ray Fisher's abuse at the hands of Joss Whedon. Because fuck Joss Whedon. Blue. When the next ad break starts, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna run down and take my my meds. No, that's blue. Blue. Actually, I think the one thing I appreciate about how James Gunn's been handling the DCU since the reboot happened is it feels like there's at least time to let projects breathe and stuff, right? Like we had Superman come out what? July last year. Supergirl's coming out a year later. You had the Creature Commandos, which I still haven't watched. You have Peacemaker, which I still haven't watched past season 1. But you know, they're letting time kind of time kind of breathe during between projects, right? You know, it's not like, okay, here's a series we're just gonna throw online all at once without any kind of fanfare, like what fucking Wonder Man and Eyes of Wakanda have unfortunately had to go through. Like, it is actually kind of weird how little promotion, like, any of the Disney Plus projects have been getting, right? Like, Percy Jackson, the Olympians Season 2. Honestly, if I hadn't actively been following when it came out, I probably wouldn't have known it was there. And even, that was still at least a staggered release when they were doing, like, 2 episodes a week. Ironheart barely got any promotion. It came out in 2 blocks, like, a week apart. Which is a damn shame, because Ironheart was fucking amazing. You know? Yeah, exactly. Like, even the fact that I think Season 3 is also coming out this year, which is crazy. It's kind of crazy to think about, but it also kind of makes sense, considering... I mean, it only takes place, like, 6 months after the events of the Sea of Monsters, right? It's Titan's Curse... Titan's Curse takes place in the... not even 6 months, 3 months. Because usually, with the exception of the Titan's Curse, the Percy Jackson books tend to start, like, June or July-ish, right? Because usually they take place over, like, summer vacation. The Titan's Curse is the only exception, because that takes place in the middle of the winter. Side note, I am very interested to see who they cast as Bianca and Nico D'Angelo. Because I have been kind of just not following much of the casting. I kind of want to be surprised a little. I'm also very interested to see, like, if they wind up adapting Heroes of Olympus, who they cast as Jason Grace. Although, again, characters like Titan's Curse takes... Yeah, exactly. 4-ish months later. Because it takes place in... It takes place in December, specifically. They mentioned this. I think it only takes place over the course of a week, too, realistically. Whoops. Because, like, from what I remember, it starts at a school dance. Annabeth is kidnapped. Artemis goes... I'm interested to see... Actually, I'm interested to see who they cast as Artemis and Apollo. I'm trying to think. Doesn't Aphrodite also make her first appearance in the Titan's Curse? The drastic difference between Jason and Thalia. I mean, I guess. I mean, it is possible to have, like, mixed race kids who one is, like, distinctly black, one's distinctly white. That is a possible thing you can have happen. I'm just more interested to see if they do kind of like a... I think even in the Kane Chronicles, they kind of... I know that they never adapted, like, a physical book, physical movie of the Kane Chronicles yet, but I'm pretty sure it's a big plot point in the Kane Chronicles that Carter is distinctly black while Sadie is distinctly white. Like, where people are like, yeah, we're actually shocked you two are related. Like that's an actual fucking plot point, that they are mixed race, but one is distinctly looks more like, you know, again, Carter distinctly looks black while Sadie is distinctly white. Like, that's a thing that can happen. What I'm more interested in is if... Because, like, Thalia distinctly has a British accent. I'm wondering if Jason's going to be something similar. Because here's the thing. Jason's thing was even though he was born to Zeus's Roman aspect, he was taken at a pretty young age. Like, I think he was only, like, 2 or 3 years old or something when Lupa took him. For the record, in the books, Thalia's punk adjacent with long black hair in combat. But yeah, exactly. Although that one you could argue Thalia just, like, dyed her. Actually, I don't know if she would have been able to dye her hair, but yeah, no. But you're right. It is. I think there can be a distinct. They can still keep, like, that, some kind of a distinct difference between Thalia and Jason. I still don't know if it's pronounced Thalia, Talia, or Jason. Oh, sorry. Thalia, Talia, or Thalia. Because in the audiobooks, they've consistently pronounced her name Thalia. I think in the 2 movies, like, they kind of briefly mention her in a deleted scene for the Lightning Thief. But in the movies, I'm pretty sure they pronounce it either Talia or Thalia. But, like, even in the, I don't know, I guess anything where Rick Riordan's had, like, some... I don't know, I feel like because Rick Riordan had more input in with the series, and I distinctly remember them referring to her as Thalia in the movies. Oh, sorry, in the TV series. It's never really been consistent. Yeah, it's one of the problems with text. But, like, again, the only kind of consistent pronunciation I've seen has been between the audiobooks, where, again, they pronounce it Thalia, and the Disney Plus series, where, again, I've at least heard them say Thalia. So that feels like the more consistent. Again, because I heard Rick got way more involved with the production for the Disney Plus series. Or Rick Riordan got way more involved with the production for the Disney Plus series. So I feel like Yeah, he's an executive producer. I mean, I guess he was an executive producer for the movies too, but like, he's also been very open about how much he hates how the stories were handled in the movies. He was an executive consultant on the movies. Okay. So my guess is, they deviated too far for his liking, and then that's why he... Like, I remember when he first announced about the Kane Chronicles, he was also talking about he actually has control of the show. That's fair. You know what? That's... So yeah, that probably means it's actually supposed to be pronounced Thalia. Like, if he's the one... Like, I feel like if he actually has control over the show, he would make sure to clarify on how that name would be pronounced. But like, it also kind of makes sense as well, because like, I feel like with the show, now that we have the benefit of like knowing where the series went, it kind of allows for better foreshadowing on stuff, right? Like, I think when they were in the Lotus Hotel and Casino in the first season, I'm pretty sure there's like a blink and you'll miss it cameo from someone who's supposed to be Bianca D'Angelo, where she's looking for Nico. Also, a Titan's Curse. It's a weird kind of in-between filler story, I feel like, that's just really there to introduce Nico D'Angelo, who unfortunately doesn't really contribute a lot to the story, which sucks, because I actually like Nico as a character. Yeah. But yeah, no, I do tend to agree. I do tend to agree with that, where the Titan's Curse, it really only serves to introduce two characters, and one of them, I don't even think Rick was intending to bring back until we got to Battle of Labyrinth. It really does, yes. What was I gonna say? But yeah, there's really only two important things that happen in the Titan's Curse. One of them is... Oh, sorry, two characters that are introduced in the Titan's Curse. And again, one of them, I'm not even sure, was supposed to be more of a major player until... until fucking Battle of Labyrinth got introduced. But yeah, Titan's Curse, you introduce Nico D'Angelo, and then you introduce Rachel Elizabeth Dare, who, again, still doesn't add as much to the story. She just kind of, at the end of The Last Olympian, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is the Oracle of Delphi now. So, I mean, like, even with Titan's Curse being... Like, pretty much, I think the only reason I can see them adapting, like, just not completely skipping over Titan's Curse is so they can at least give Thalia kind of that end to her story, which I'm glad that they're hinting more towards. They hinted more towards in Season 2, where it's like, yeah, no, I want nothing to do with you, Zeus. I feel like that's setting her up to eventually join the Hunters of Artemis. It gives more of a hint to her joining the Hunters in Season 3. Because spoilers for the end of the Titan's Curse, but Thalia Grace winds up joining the Hunters of Artemis because there's this big prophecy throughout the first series of Percy Jackson books about a child of either Zeus, Hades, or Poseidon, the big three of Greek mythology, being responsible for either the salvation or the destruction of Mount Olympus, and therefore the world. And originally, that was why Thalia was turned into a tree. They don't really go into it much in the books. It's like heavily implied that she died fighting the Furies to save Annabeth and Luke, who winds up becoming a villain later on. But in the TV series, or the Disney Plus series, they wind up going more into it, saying like, oh yeah, the Furies were never trying to kill her. They were trying to just tell her about the prophecy and stuff. And Zeus was the one who turned Thalia into a tree, not to save her from death, like it was implied in the books, but because Thalia refused to be a weapon for him, and it was like, oh well, fuck it, because Zeus is a dick. So he's like, okay, well, if you're not gonna listen, then I'll just turn you into a tree. He pulled a Don Cheadle Captain Planet. I don't know how many people are gonna get that reference, but what, you don't like the fact that they you don't like the fact they turned Zeus into the giant dick he actually is, or that they turned her sacrifice into, oh yeah, it was just Zeus being a pissy little bitch. I don't know. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked the fact that they changed it. Because again, to me, I feel like it gives more weight to Thalia's decision to join the Hunters. You know, it gives more reason to, I don't want to be a weapon for Zeus. Here's the thing, though. Zeus is a dick. I've been reading, like, the Trials of Apollo, and, like, even the Heroes of Mount Olympus series, right? That starts with Zeus cutting off the gods from their children because he was upset that Percy Jackson decided he didn't want to be a god, and he made them swear on the river Styx to you know, treat their kids better, right? And then he banishes Apollo for daring to let a prophecy out. It's like, are you fucking serious? So yeah, I'm sorry, but I strongly disagree. I think that is very consistent with how Rick would have written Zeus. He's absolutely a dick in the books, but he really does have a soft spot for his daughters. Eh. I don't know. Again, like, just even in mythology, Zeus always came off as a narcissist. And the reason why the meme is, unfortunately, Zeus was horny. Right? Like, Zeus really is the cause and solution to all the problems in Greek mythology, right? So, I mean, it's not too far off, I feel like. 90, yes. Poseidon is another 5%. And then the other 5% is maybe Hades. Actually, I'd say Poseidon's more 7%, and Hades is like that last 3%. I do think to an extent. Oh yeah, Hera. Yeah, I forgot about Hera. Yeah, but Hera's problems being caused were more tied to Zeus being a horny asshole, right? So I would still say Hera's any problems caused by Hera are directly tied to Zeus as well. But oh god, if they, with how they've written Zeus, what did Hercules do to deserve things though? He was just born. Yes, but he was not born. He was not born to Hera. He was born to a mortal that Zeus fucked, and Hera does not like. Hera does not like Zeus's demigod children. That's just mythologically a thing. I mean, think about it this way. Hera is the goddess of marriage, if I remember correctly. My mythology might be a little out of it, but I'm pretty sure Hera is... Yeah. Yeah, I think that was... That is kind of weird, especially, because if I remember correctly, going back to Percy Jackson, I'm pretty sure Jason was named after one of Hera's famous, favorite demigods. Just strictly so she wouldn't try to have him, have him smitten, due to the fact that Zeus basically cheated on her with the exact same woman he cheated on her with to make Thalia, or to sire Thalia. Even if one was Zeus and one was Jupiter. Or Hera, yes. Well, that makes it, that at least makes more sense then to have him named after Hera, because, or named after Hera, because Heracles. Hera's in the fucking name. But yeah, we can blame Disney for that one. Yes. But then again, like, Romans stole, like, a lot of Greek mythology, too. Like, if you think about it, the 12 Olympians have Roman names as well, right? You know, Zeus is Jupiter, Hera is Juno. Athena is Minerva. Hephaestus is Vulcan. Aphrodite is Venus. Hermes is Mercury. Ares is Mars. I think Kronos is Uranus. Poseidon is Neptune. I don't remember if Demeter has a Roman name or not. Oh, Hades is... Oh, Kronos is Saturn. Ah, okay. Uranus is, I guess, Kronos' father. Because I know Hades is Pluto. Demeter is Ceres, right. Yeah, because in the Trials of Apollo, Apollo has a companion who's a daughter of Demeter, but she uses imperial gold weapons because she was raised by a Roman demigod, a son of Apollo. I can't remember what Apollo's. I know Artemis is Diana, but I can't remember what Apollo's Roman name was. Oh, it's just Apollo? Well, fuck, okay. That's like the only one who didn't get a name change. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Although, again, I would argue it's just easier to name them after, or to name... I say name them after planets, but I'm pretty sure the planets were named after them. Or named after the I don't know. But yeah, like, again, off the top of my head, you have Mercury, Venus, Juno. Oh, sorry, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Pluto, Neptune, Mars. Yeah, like all of the 12 Olympians, a bunch of them were just 12 Olympians and 2 Titans. I guess you could technically say Vulcan, or sorry, Hephaestus' Roman name is named after a planet, but again, that's more like the planets are named after the Roman equivalents. Yes. The only exception is Hephaestus, but I'm pretty sure Vulcan was the name they used originally, and then they just Gene Roddenberry took that name to give to Spock's species for Star Trek. Although, if I remember correctly, with Star Trek, you also have 2 planets named Romulus and Remus after the 2 children who mythologically founded Rome. And they were also offshoots of the Vulcan people. I still find it weird that they named a planet of geniuses after the god of blacksmiths. I don't know, it feels like they should be called like fucking Minervans or something. I don't know, does that sound... Does that make sense? Like, it feels like the Vulcans should have been called Minervans instead of Vulcans. You know, because Minerva, goddess of wisdom. Vulcan, god of blacksmithing and forges. One doesn't really make sense. One makes more sense for a planet of people who strictly use logic. Ah, okay. All right. See, I thought they just again took it from. I thought they just took it from the name of the name of again from Hephaestus' Roman name. In the early 1900s, some scientists believed there was an exoplanet close to the sun that was smaller than Mercury. It was given the name Vulcan. Ah. Okay. You learn something new every day. Come on. Stop being blue. Oh, damn it. Hit the wrong button. What happens when you take your other 2 special interests and put them in the same conversations? Fair enough. Actually, going back to the Percy Jackson Disney Plus series, you know, I think really got to benefit from the changes that have been made so far. I think Clarice. I think Clarice has really gotten the chance to benefit. Yeah. No, because she's been allowed to flesh out more than just being a generic bully, right? Especially considering the fact that, you know, a lot of her character development doesn't really... Like, a lot of it technically is supposed to come in Sea of Monsters, but she doesn't start being seen as more as anything more than a bully until, like, I want to say the Battle of the Labyrinth, where she saves what's his name? Well, she saves one of Chris Hernandez was I think Chris Hernandez's name? Chris Hernandez, right. Like, where they... Like, yeah, up until, I want to say, the Battle of the Labyrinth, she's... In the book, she's just an asshole, right? The TV show... Sorry, the Disney Plus series, she's allowed to be fleshed out more. You know, you get more... You don't get to tie more... I don't think they've established much about her relationship with Chris, other than, you know, not much been established about that relationship yet, but now that we've introduced him, he's played a small part in the Battle of the Labyrinth. Like, he's someone Luke sent into the labyrinth to try and explore it. But I think also by building up Clarice a little more and developing her a little more, I think it's gonna make the eventual introduction of Selena Beauregard a lot more like a lot more impactful, I would say, especially the revelation at the end of The Last Olympian that she was a spy for Luke. Yeah. Yeah, like, pretty much the only real closest thing we had to development of her in the book, in the Sea of Monsters book, was Percy eavesdropping on a conversation between her and Ares. Like, even just the simple fact of seeing Clarice visiting the Oracle of Delphi to get her prophecy is, like, a huge thing, right? Like, even just being able to develop Annabeth a little more, because unfortunately Annabeth got fucking shafted in the books. Even in Heroes of Olympus, it feels like Annabeth got shafted in terms of development. Yeah. You know what I also really do like, though? Speaking of Selena... Yeah. And I think, again, a lot of that is gonna be, I think... Oh god, yeah, no, Charles Beckendorf. Yeah. I don't know yet. Like, I haven't... I am excited to see who they cast for Charles Beckendorf. But, like, they gotta introduce him I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to introduce him in the Titan's Curse. Or in Season 3. Either Season 3 or 4. Because, like, you gotta give him enough time to be developed enough so that when he dies at the beginning of The Last Olympian, it's gonna fucking hurt. Because if anyone's read the books, and they see Charles Beckendorf, they're like, okay, well, he is doomed. We know he's going to die. So you need to give us a reason to care about the fact that he's going to die. Otherwise, it's just not going to mean anything. Like they're going to have to do the same thing with Bianca D'Angelo when right from the first episode of season 3. In the books he's introduced in Sea of Monsters. Yeah. So they're already behind a little bit. Right, no, because like he's supposed to be like friends with Tyson because Tyson's a Cyclops and he's really good at forging shit. Actually, I'm surprised they didn't introduce Percy's shield yet. Because Tyson makes a watch that turns into a shield for him and gives it to him at the end of Sea of Monsters. And he needs that. I guess you could just say, well, yeah, they could just do it like a throwaway line at the beginning of Titan's Curse. Because Tyson's barely in the Titan's Curse. But they could do like a throwaway line where like Tyson sent him the watch, or Sally gives him the watch that Tyson sent to him or something. Can I say something I'm very on the fence about with the series though? I don't know if Percy's considered too intelligent or not. Cause like I like the fact that he's a more intelligent character than he was in the books, but I'm worried he's on the verge of almost too smart, like he's reading the script. You know? Like, if this had been book Percy, I don't think he would have figured out that, Percy was always smart, yes. But like, I'm gonna use the example of, like, Cersei's Island and stuff. Where it was like, oh, yeah, like, the fact that Percy figured out before Annabeth that, like, Cersei was rigging the program and occasionally letting, like, escapees out so that they could convince people to trust the program. Her program of, like, helping heroes. Although I do still like that, you know, characters like Cersei and Medusa, they're not just one-note villains. There's actually some tragedy behind them. Which, I mean, to be fair, Medusa's story, if you look past the turning people to stone thing, I mean, it's part of the reason why I kind of wish they wouldn't, you know, they do a little bit of what they did with Zeus to Poseidon as well. Because Poseidon, I would argue, is just as responsible for the creation of Medusa as Athena. Although, honestly, I'm just excited to potentially get more of Adam Copeland as Ares for Season 3. Like, of all the casting choices, I still say Adam Copeland as Ares has been, like, the perfect one. Yeah. Because, I mean, it's supposed to help start sowing the seeds of Percy's doubt in Mount Olympus, and eventually when we get to the end of The Last Olympian, his decision to not take godhood and to chew the gods out, right? Like, I know when we get to Calypso in the Battle of Labyrinth, oh boy, I cannot wait to see how they handle Calypso. even she's not a villain, but Zoe, in the Titan's Curse. I'm very interested to see how they handle that one. Because like that's something I'm very excited to see how they handle. Whole thing with Calypso. How so? Why does that scare you? Yeah, I mean, we still have like the Titan's Curse. Season 3 is still in post production, right? Like they haven't even started. I don't even think they started pre production for season 4 yet. So, like, there could be a long enough wait where the hype winds up being too much, right? Where it's like, where they take too long and you risk it just not living up to expectations. I think if Cersei and Medusa were any indication, I trust that the producers will do Calypso justice. Hell, even again, just how they handle Zeus, with how they've handled Zeus so far, I trust that they'll do her justice. Again, I think a lot of these decisions are more in service of the whole story as opposed to just, oh, we want to make a moment for the season, for the sake of the season. I think this is a long game kind of deal, right? And I think that is a benefit that the Disney Plus series has over the books, right? Because when we were getting to when the Lightning Thief originally came out, I don't think Rick Riordan had any inclination of doing more than just the one book, right? I don't think he started introducing concepts like Kronos and all of that until afterwards, right? Or until closer to the end of the Lightning Thief, right? You didn't. You know, we didn't go into why Luke hated Hermes yet, or why, you know. Other than like probably a throwaway line of "My dad's a dick." What do you want me to say? Hell, I think showing, as long as Calypso isn't pushed to be it, I don't think so. Because here's the thing: they didn't do that in the books, and if Rick Riordan has as much creative control as he does, I don't think he's gonna want that, right? Like Calypso in the books was purposely written to be super tragic and like to be seen as one of the reasons why Percy refused to join the Olympians and actually chewed them out after they defeated Kronos. There's a really popular series called Epic the Musical, which is great, but it's portrayal of... Oh, wait, was that where the, there was this TikTok sound, what was it? She's my wife, that one, right? Anyway, who's Penelope? She's my wife. Is that from Epic the Musical? I mean, unfortunately, like, that's just... Yeah, okay. Because I knew that specific song had something to do with Calypso. But yeah, like especially how the lip syncs for that particular sound tend to be done on TikTok. I can understand you know, I can understand why you'd say she was kind of portrayed as a little more toxic in that particular story. Actually, you want to know who else I think was a really good casting choice for the series so far? Jason Mantzoukas as Dionysus. I think it just he's really good at playing those kind of aloof characters. In defense, Empathy Musical is more of a fanfiction than anything. That just scares me that since that's so popular, it might make its way in. I mean, I think if Rick wasn't the executive producer, I could understand that fear. But, like, I don't know. Like, I also feel like he's gone out of his way to fix how he's handled certain characters, or how he handled certain characters in the books versus how they were handled on screen. That I don't think he'll drastically change Calypso too much from how she was changed, just because how Calypso is portrayed in the book is already pretty close to. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, realistically, Percy is 15. Or he's on the verge of turning 15 during the events of the Battle for the Labyrinth, right? So he's like 14, 15 years old. Like, he's literally about to start high school. Whoops. Like, I also think we're still probably way too far off from, yeah, like, I have the benefit right now of, like, I'm actively going through the Trials of Apollo right now. Although, I gotta say, like, oh my god. The way Apollo and Meg McCaffrey are written in the Trials of Apollo, I hate them so much. I get the feeling they're supposed to not be super likable, but just I don't think I've ever hated any character in a Rick Riordan novel as much as I despise Apollo and Meg. Even, like, in the Magnus Chase... Oh god, Lester Papadopoulos. Yeah. Even the Magnus Chase books, which I argue are the weakest fucking books that Rick has ever written. Like, as far as I know, there's only been 3 books in the Magnus Chase series. And the way it ends, after they defeat Loki, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, there's still, like, 1,000 other mysteries that we need to solve, but I don't feel like... Hang on, let me check this real quick. Hang on. Yeah, there's only 3 books. Sword of Summer, Hammer of Thor, Ship of the Dead. And the Ship of the Dead ends with, like, oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if... I gotta figure out, like, why I'm suddenly... I mean, yeah, Norse mythology is an interesting concept, right? Again, I just feel like... Like, I do like the fact that, you know, there is Alex Fierro is a gender fluid character, right? How they're handled. You know, I feel like the respect of there's a very the character of Samira Al-Abbas is as if to say, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Even Samira Al-Abbas, you know, at a time when fucking hell, like I'd argue like 2015 to 2017, like there was still, you know, there was still like Muslim people being treated like fucking horribly. I think Samira was handled very well and very respectfully. You know, to the point where during the events of the final book, she's actively going through Ramadan, right? But like Alex Fierro is probably my favorite character in the entirety of the Magnus Chase series. And like they're probably the character I like the most. Like they're like one of the only redeeming qualities I would say of that series. I mean, Magnus is fine. Is handled perfectly well, I would say. You have to be more specific. The joke Magnus says. It's been a minute since I read. Well, it's been a couple of months since I read it, but yeah, I say read. I listened to the audiobook. I'm only kissing boy actually doesn't matter. I'm kissing. Yeah. Yeah. That wasn't even the joke. That was a I think that was just him coming to terms with the fact that he was kissing his crush, and his crush also had happened to be presenting as male that particular day. Or just I'm trying to think. It wasn't that they were presenting. It's like every day they kind of Alex Fierro kind of determines whether they're male or female. Just I can't remember the explanation they gave. As to why, like, oh, by the way, today I am female or today I am male. I do like that they at least handled that, but that they at least had that for the character. Because like, you need representation in these kinds of stories, right? Alex kind of just decides on a whim. Fair enough. And I know Magnus somehow became very in tune to that pretty early on after meeting them. Because I think at the end of the second book, he's talking to Alex, and he just specifically says the gender. I think because at that point she had decided she was female that at that particular moment, and she hadn't told Magnus, and Magnus just somehow used the correct pronouns, and she was like, "Wait, how'd you know I was female today?" Kind of, yeah. It also helps that, like, if I remember correctly, Loki was actually presenting as female when Alex had been conceived, which is what even though I think it was also presenting as male when Samira had been conceived. Loki's Alex's mom and Samira's dad. Yes, because I think that was... That was also a big thing, was that, like, Alex was also more likely to... also more willing to accept the fluidity of their mother, right? The more fluid nature of their mother. And that was part of the reason why they were more immune to Loki's control, as opposed to Samira, who was almost afraid to embrace that. As Alex said, Loki's just Loki. What is gender to someone who lived... Yeah. And again, I'm pretty sure most of the Norse gods are fairly gender fluid. Or at least a couple of Norse gods are gender fluid. Because I know in... At the very least, I know, like... I don't know what I'm trying to say. Blue. Stop being blue, damn it. The Norse don't actually have references for their gods having genders. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, again, I guess it makes even more sense that because even the ancient stories talk about Loki being gender. Who cares? Yeah. So then again, it makes even more sense for the story featuring Norse mythology to actually include like a gender fluid trans character. Looking at you, who the fuck is Sleipnir? Whoops. Yeah, let's actually load the game before we reset again. Odin's eight-legged. Oh. Oh, you mean Stanley. Oh, oh! We got it! We got it! Hey, we're finally done with Legend ZA. Holy shit. Holy shit, we got it! Oh my god. That's it! We're officially done with Legend ZA. I guess we're starting Assassin's Creed tomorrow. This is why gender is irrelevant. You say that as we catch the dragon who's always male. Oh, I should probably also move this Noivern into my shiny box. Oh, yeah, you missed this yesterday. We got a Shalpa Wimpod. We need to give you some nicknames. Hang on. Wimpod. I'm gonna call you Plankton. Alright, Plankton. And you, my friend. You know what? Fuck. Okay, yeah, we'll call him Mjolnir. Hang on, give me a second. Alright. J-O-N-A-T-H-O-N. Mjolnir. There you go. See? Mjolnir. But yes, we will call the Wimpod Mjolnir. It's funny because I have a Ledian that I called Francis, but I spelt it A-J-A-X. It's a Deadpool joke. But yeah, Mjolnir. Alright, so Mjolnir the Wimpod and Jonathan the Latios. Alright. You know what? We got some time left. We want to check anything else? Yeah, fuck it. I got a dragon sandwich. Let's see if we find any other shiny dragons. We can, yeah, but, I got about a half hour left. Let's see if we can get at least one more shiny. Oh my god. Feels so nice to finally be done with that shit. Hello, Jonathan. Alright, let's get the A-team back out here. Actually, I should probably start moving some of these other guys. Yeah, those will do. Who else from here is... Oh, Maguna. Where are you? You go over. You go over here. There's my Keldeo. Who else from here is... Nah, we're fine for now. Oh, wait, hang on. We're not fine yet, because we need... Who do we need? We need Drasil. We need... No, not Drasil. We need Anvil. We need Dionysus. We need Lizard. And... Gohan. Or Goten, sorry. Alright. Well... Let's go ahead and do a, You know what? Nah, let's just do a date skip. And before this game gets... Oh god, if this game gets more DLC, I'm gonna be so fucking annoyed. I don't want any more grinding-based DLC. Plus, like, we're too close to the release of Gen 10 at this point. Plus, you got champions dropping, like, probably in, like, 12 days. You got champions probably dropping in 12 days. Alright, what do we have? We have Tatsugiri. Delphox and Meowstick. No normal types there. I'm kind of looking for Kangaskhan, to be honest. I know I can just get it from, like, zone... Was it zone 19? Yeah. I need Kangaskhan, I need... I forget all the shiny megas I still need. Kangaskhan, Scolipede, which I can get from Zone 15. Kangaskhan, Scolipede. I can't remember the other mega I need a shiny for. I mean, I don't need it for that, but I should save before I forget. Look at that, we're finally done. Alright, yeah, there's nothing here. Let's just do another date skip. But yeah, tomorrow we officially start with Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Nope. It's the Tatsugiri again. No. Beedrill. No. Quilladin. I mean, I already have a shiny Chestnut, so... Crocodile and Swampert. Alright, nothing there. Let's just do another date skip. I don't know. I might actually be mad if they announce more DLC. It would have to be almost a shadow drop, though, right? Like how the massive mass outbreak update came out for Legends Arceus. I do need a Raichu. Raichu was another one I needed. Yeah. Okay, so I have all three Tatsugiris, so. Alright, let's go get a Raichu. Don't think I have an electric need to go there. Do I have any electric? Flying, all types. I don't want to use that for a large zone. Ground, fairy. Ghost, psychic, rock, grass. That's catching. Dragon, water, grass. Poison, alpha, psychic. Yeah, okay. Electric catching power, damn. Poison, ground, dark, alpha. Alright, yeah, no. Alright, let's make a quick trip to Hotel Z then. Wait, before we do that, I should actually probably... By the way, did you clip the Latios? If you didn't, it's no big deal. I can just go back and clip it after, but... It wouldn't let you... Ah. Alright, that's fine. I can go back in after. What was I trying to do? Oh, right. Yeah, Twitch has been very weird recently. Like, the fact that AJ can't, Whoops. The fact that AJ can't make commands for some reason. Just donuts. I like to make a donut. Alright, 2 Haban. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't have the right stuff for this, so... Fuck it. We are just... If I want to hunt these, I'll just... figure it out later, but for now, let's just go do another date skip. So I'm trying to think. We have Kangaskhan I'm still missing. We have another Raichu I need. Unless I have a bunch of Pikachu. Alright, Chandelure I don't need, so that's fine. We got a large zone. This could have Drampa. So, I mean, it has Drampa, but it could have, Kangaskhan. Ice. Snover. I already have a shiny Frostlass, so I don't really need another one, but... See, I won't officially delete Legend ZA from my Switch until after the home integration, I think. Nope. Ooh, Scovillain, I actually need you. I mean, I don't need you, but... Fuck it, we'll do it. We'll do it anyways. Gonna burn through my all-types donut unnecessarily, but fuck it. How long has that been there? Alright. Flying, all types, that's a last resort. Let's see if we... Ground, fairy... Catching fire, no. Ground, steel, grass... No. God, no. Dragon, water, grass. I mean, that's just gonna kind of make everything shiny. I have an idea. I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center here. We're gonna create a backup. And now we're gonna go back. And we're gonna try that again. That way, if I use my grass-powered donut... Dark, ground, poison, electric, grass, catching. Catching psychic. Sparkling psychic, alpha. Sparkling poison. Sparkling grass, here we go. I know technically I have like 18 minutes to work with this, but fuck it. There's Weeping Bell down there for some reason. Nope. None of those are shiny. I swear to God, if there's a shiny fucking... Damn it! There's a Shalfa Breloom. Did that not work? Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you serious? I can't fly over this? Badoo, more like why do? Yes. Like, why do you shine? I mean, we still have plenty of time. That's the annoying thing. Is like, I got 18 minutes with this fucker. Okay. I'm trying to think. Does Skull only show up in, Does it only show up in grass distortions? Why didn't you hit the damn thing? We got more Capsay Kid over here. I'm surprised this is the only spot where Capsay Kid actually spawns. Bellsprout. If I just run a lap around here, I could probably force them to respawn. So they only show... That's annoying, which means if I really wanted to isolate it, I'd need a fire donut. So we got more Bellsprout over here. Come on. There's a Scovillain, but no shiny. I don't want to use up my all types donut yet. So if I run here, this should be far enough away that it forces the respawn. I run back this way. I mean, technically, I don't need a shiny Scovillain. Because I have a shiny Scovillain in Scarlet and Violet. I just really wanted to use one for my playthrough. Not that it matters anymore, because we're fucking done with this hell spawn. You know what? Fuck it. I'm out of here. Make sure we are in... Just gotta clear out my boxes. Alright. So we don't have any more normal spots, so... Let's see what other options... Also, I should probably get rid of the, Adventure and Target tabs. That way I don't need those anymore. Oh, I am just so glad to finally be done with Latios. Which means I could get rid of the DA for it, too. Let's see, we have Tatsugiri, Cleavor, and Heracross, among others. No. 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 Hell no. Oh, here we go, Kangaskhan. Alright, so we're going to go to the nearest Pokemon Center. We're going to drop back up, and we're going to give this a try before we head off. Maybe. Yeah. Alright, Sparkling Power, all types. Let's see if we can get ourselves a Kangaskhan. God damn it, it's a fucking Phantom right off the bat. Pikachus. Those would be nice. Kangaskhan. Okay, go 10, let's get out of here. I say let's get out of here as if, like... Alright. Hello. You know, at least running through them doesn't hurt me. Although I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, this large zone doesn't feel very large, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, missed a spot. Good time, let's get out of here. Here we go. Let's go this way. What are we missing? Hello. Oh, we got Boongus. And an Amoongus. Goten, what the fuck are you doing? What the shit? Got Flappy, but they won't hurt me. Okay. Alright, go 10, back you go. Oh! Where did the Kecleon come from? Those weren't here before. Alright, Goten, let's call you back. Okay, I think there's Kecleon on the other side of this wall. Either Kecleon or Helioptile or Heliolisk. There's a Raichu. None of them are shiny. Oh, hello. How did I miss you? I might knock out a Kangaskhan just to get some health back.
Let's just knock this Kangaskhan out. Call back Goten. And we'll go look for the gold ball. Have I? Hang on. Oh, I have not explored this way yet. Okay, I've explored this way. Wait, why is the Phantom suddenly getting so aggressive? Alright, let's go back. Travel back, that should force a respawn, question mark. Hello, Trevenant. Oh, ow. There you are. We'll just grab this real quick. If we can't get a shiny, we can at least, do that. Just get a whole bunch of berries that I'm never gonna fucking use. Oh, you fucking serious? Alright. Well, time's almost up anyways. We'll just let this donut run out and then we'll call it a night. I don't remember Phantom being this aggressive, though. Alright, we're out of here. Alright, well, we were about to leave anyways. Alright, so, since we finally got wrapped all of that up, it's just... We'll have to reorganize some stuff after the fact, but... Like, figure out what's staying and what's going. Because I definitely want... Actually, I don't think I have to worry too much about whether or not to keep these. Alright, so that is pretty much going to be it for us for tonight. And that is it for us for streaming of Legends ZA. I don't know, maybe if there's... I don't know, like, I might go back one more time for the Blaziken night, but I don't think I'm going to do that on stream. So, thank you all so much for joining in. If you would like to follow on social media or join our awesome Discord community, links, as always, will be in the chat off to the side. We'll be back tomorrow with Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And that is pretty much it for us for tonight. So, for those of you who are watching on the Twitch side of things, let's go find someone to share the love with. Who do we got? We got Tom. We could send the love over to Tom. You know what? Fuck it. We're sending the love over to Dragon Tamer Tom. He is shiny hunting in Legends ZA. My condolences. But until next time, I am Kira Kennedy. Thank you all so much for joining in. and I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace!